Hello everybody, we're live. Much excited. My first Kitfox stream. And tonight we are going to be playing through the tutorial. How's my audio, everybody? Does everything sound okay? Alright, so there's going to be plenty of time to generate a world. If anybody would like to play along with us, then get Dwarf Fortress booted up and we'll get started. The music is a little bit loud. Hang on a second. Soon fix that. Well, just knock it down a touch. How about that? You booted up? Playing through the tutorial on a Kitfox stream? Are we doing a whole deconstruction and theft of trade caravans again? No, not this time. It's tradition though. Alright, we are going to create a new world, but before we do that, I want to talk you through a few settings. Alright, anybody who's booted up? Are you booted up already? Let's go to settings. So we're going to go to game settings, and there's a couple of settings that I would recommend that you change. So first of all, autosaves. My preference is to autosave seasonally, and then we want to autosave after embark as well. It's always useful. Pause after autosave, but this is the important one. Pause after loading, because we want the game to pause the moment we get there. We don't want the game to be running away with us while we're figuring out what's going on. So yes, and yes. Then we're going to scroll down. And your population cap. You think the music's still a little bit too loud? We can switch it down a bit further. Oops. How's that? Any better? Right. Population cap? Right, good. We're going to turn the population cap down to 30. That'll just stop us from getting too many migrants. We can turn that up as we go. And strict population cap, which includes babies and visitors. And we'll maybe have that at 40. Then we'll go down, and we can change those on the fly, so we'll increase those once the fortress is underway. Going down a little bit further. And game frames per second cap. Now this depends on your computer, but we certainly want to turn it down from the default of 100. This will make things run slower for you. I'm going to start on 30. We'll see if that's might be a little too slow. We'll see how it goes. Tends to run very, very quickly right at the start when there's not much on the map. Okay, and we're ready. Everybody got the settings? Got it. Good. Okay, and now we're going to create a new world. Okay, prepared to guide your stout chargers to fortune in a world fraught with many pebbles, with many perils. You'll begin by creating your world and watching the region's history unfold. Once this process is complete, you can prepare a group and send them out to seek wealth deep in the mountains. As you dig deeper and more citizens take up residence in your outpost, your doings will attract attention, both wanted and unwanted. Deal with the challenges as they arrive, and you might one day, as they arise, and you might one day find that your humble settlement has grown to become a mountain home, the center of your civilization. Okay. The world map size, I'm going to leave it on default medium for me. If your computer's a bit of a potato, you might want to turn it down a little bit. We're going to go for a history length of 100 years. My preference is to go for a much longer length, but we'll go for 100 years because that will make for a fast world generation. But because we've only got a short history, I'm going to turn up the number of civilizations to high, the maximum number of sites to high, number of beasts, I'm going to leave that on medium, but the natural savagery, because we're doing the tutorial, I'm going to turn that down to low. You like using a smaller world, shorter saves? Yeah, the game FPS in the settings menu is the speed the game runs at, indeed. It slows things down so things are not running around. All right, are we ready to go? Let's start creating the world. Now, while the world's generating, it shouldn't take too long, but it'll take longer for some people, shorter for other people. So I want to talk about what's going to be coming up in the next few weeks, what you can expect to see with these streams, and then we're going to have a little story time. So future Saturday night streams, which will be at this time, we're going to be going down the rabbit hole. I'm going to be inviting people on, other experienced players to come on, and we're going to be digging deep into some of the mechanics of the game. We're going to be looking at things like how to build a pump stack, how to make power using perpetual motion water wheels, generating a world with advanced parameters, that sort of thing. No, I am not and never have been a spy. Not that kind of story. There's a second stream each week, and that is taking place on a Saturday. Saturday, we're going to be doing a stream that's more aimed at newer players, a bit like tonight's stream, but shorter. It'll be a 2-hour stream starting at 5 p.m. Eastern, which is 10 p.m. UTC. And we're going to be every week we'll be looking at a specific topic, like farms, brewing and food will be a single topic. Then another day it'll be dealing with clothing, for example. And each of those streams I'll be joined by a guest, probably 2 guests. I'm hoping to get a new player with me and an experienced player with me. So the next stream is a Saturday stream, and we are going to be joined by Blue Zest TV, our favourite blue friend, and Alana Orama. Alana's lovely. You'll like Alana. She has played about 20 hours so far, so she's quite new to the game. And for our Saturday night streams, we're going to be having a little bit of an interlude at the start. We're going to be doing story time in Dwarf Fortress. And I'm going to encourage you guys to delve around into Legends mode and see what stories you can find. And I have one prepared already. So we're going to be going through the tale of Kirk and Nemen. If you have a story, if you find a story in Legends mode and you'd like to share it, and you'd like to have your story read out on stream, then go to the subreddit, the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, and post it there. Tag me so that I can see it. But yes, this is a bit of an old story, 25 days ago, and this relates to a tutorial type run that I was doing with my co-streamer Mia. I was coaching Mia in how to play, and we were doing a play along. I'd made a save file and I'd shared it with other people, and Haunted Putty, who's in chat, was one of the people who opened up that save file and was having a delve in Legends. And yeah, Putty found this amazing story. So we were looking for an area that met the criteria for a beginning fortress. And the Roof of Hammers is the civilization that's shown there. There wasn't many areas that were suitable. And this is what we're going to be going through on Saturday, is how to find, how to choose an embark area, what to take with you when you're embarking, depending on what kind of area you find to embark in. But Haunted Putty noticed that there was a nearby ruin called Post Convent, decided to look into the history of how it fell. In year 1 it was attacked by a bronze colossus. In year 3 it was attacked by a different bronze colossus. In year 11 a cyclops. In year 13 a rock. It started to make sense why it was a ruin, but something else caught Putty's attention. In the mid-autumn of the year 1, the Pillar of Bolts held a wrestling competition in Post Convent as part of the Festival of Labours. The Tear Fiend Kirk was the victor. All sorts of things happened at Post Convent, the ruined fortress. But here, a Tear Fiend won a wrestling competition. I didn't know this could happen, so I looked further. Kirk, the Tear Fiend. Kirk was a Tear Fiend. It was the only one of its kind. A gigantic tapir twisted into humanoid form composed of water. It has a bloated body. Beware its deadly spittle. Kirk was associated with rivers, nightmares, lakes and coasts. In the year 1, Kirk thrust a spire of slaves from the underworld, naming it the Tower of Hurricanes, and established a gateway between worlds in Dreadcall. So Kirk is the leader of a goblin civilization. He's a demon, a fiend, who is the head of a goblin civilization. All of the goblin civs are led by a demon. But this demon has come over to one of the dwarven fortresses and joined in a wrestling competition. Immediately after Kirk became a permanent part of the living world, it participated in this wrestling competition. 25 years later it returned, and suddenly this is a yearly tradition and the only thing it did. Year 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. The dwarf, Cog, Lashanguishers and Kirk became friends over a shared love of athletics. It even made friends. It continued this tradition year after year and remained undefeated. Over a century later, another dwarven civilization started to host competitions as well. And this is our starting civilization, Mia's starting civilization. So this is in the year 122, the dwarf Ilral dived crystals and Kirk became friends over a shared love of athletics. So now we're seeing the Pillar of Bolts and the Roof of Hammers holding wrestling competitions. So they are two different dwarven civilizations. So us and our allies all holding wrestling competitions. And Kirk, the demon from the local goblin settlement, is wrestling in each. And always the victor. In the year 154, Post-Convent fell to a force of a powerful necromancer with creations called Wasting Hunters. Luckily for Kirk, Wirefondles began to host these competitions as well. This is the dwarven town right next to mine and Mia's embark. So we had embarked here, I think it was. Either one of those two, either side of those two. In the late winter of the year 155, the Pillar of Bolts held a wrestling competition in Wirefondles as part of the Festival of Armour. Competing were Kirk and the dwarf as Dykgulf. Kirk was the victor. But then we're also seeing that the Mortified Skin is holding a wrestling competition in Dreadcall. That's a goblin place. Kirk again was the victor. Dreadcall is the Dark Fortress to the west. Wirefondles is the Dwarven Fortress to the east. So there's Wirefondles. So it'll be one of those two down there is Dreadcall. There was a brief period without until Dreadcall also started the competitions. You might notice that Dreadcall is where Kirk came from. And while he was off wrestling, it was conquered by the elves. And yet it began to return each year to wrestle there. In the year 171, Wirefondles also made it a yearly event, and Kirk began to win twice a year. It was still undefeated. So now we've got wrestling competitions in Dreadcall, Wirefondles, Dreadcall, Wirefondles. In the year 205, Kirk held a deep hatred of the elf Amni Hided Earth due to religious persecution. Formed a deep hatred, but still had no kills, still undefeated. And this continued until the year 249, when it met Nemen. So it's been wrestling now for 249 years. Almost every year. Nemen Dan Gramkel, Anoth Ashri. Nemen Kinglash, the god of wars. He's a lizard brute. Nemen Kinglash, the god of wars, was a lizard brute. He was the only one of his kind. A towering, hairy lizard twisted into humanoid form. It had a bloated body. Its turquoise hair is long and wavy. Beware its deadly dust. Nemen was associated with dwarf fortresses, disease and deformity. In the year 1, Nemen thrust a spire of Slade up from the underworld, naming it the Palace of Murders, and establishing a gateway between worlds in 4 steels. For centuries, Nemen killed as it pleased and inspired many offerings out of fear. It amassed 32 kills until the year 244, when it started wrestling in Gear Guys, another settlement of the Roof of Hammers. In the year 249, it came to Dreadcall and ended Kirk's nearly 2.5 century winning streak. In the midwinter of the year 249, the Mortified Skin held a wrestling competition in Dreadcall as part of the Cavernous celebration. Competing were Kirk and the Lizard Brute Nemen Kinglash, the God of Wars. The Lizard Brute Nemen Kinglash, the God of Wars, was the victor. But then Kirk won. They began to fight each year in Dreadcall, each of them achieving wins. By the year 256, they developed an athletic rivalry. Nemen was now too invested in wrestling to murder and accept offerings. Year 256, Kirk and the Lizard Brute Nemen Kinglash, the God of Wars, developed an athletic rivalry. Wrestling was so popular in this world that many other sites held competitions. Many necromancers, fiends, goblins and elves would also compete, and sometimes they defeated Nemen and Kirk. However, none of them seemed as invested. They remained committed to this rivalry. This is all they did. For another 2.5 centuries they continued until the present day. So yeah, we joined the world in the year 500 in this one. And the final twist is that this love of wrestling seems to have brought a degree of peace to the land. On Mine and Mir's embark, the goblins are currently at peace with the dwarves, and the Roof of Hammer has an alliance which covers the entire map. I chose to make the image of Kirk and Nemen fighting their eternal competition the symbol of my site. It's, bizarre. So we've got 2 goblin demons who, instead of murdering and going to war with people, are just fighting wrestling competitions instead. Haven't you watched Star Trek before, Sal? Kirk always wins. And so, yeah, love you some emergent stories. If you find any interesting stories yourself, then be sure to post them on the subreddit, the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, and tag me, and I'll read them out on stream. Okay, right. Well, our world is generated, so let's play now. Victoria is famous for being the community developer for Kit Fox Games until she was told she'd have to learn to play with Dwarf Fortress, at which point she promptly quit. It's Victoria in chat. Hello, Victoria. Okay, we want to start in Fortress. How are those stories made? They're generated. We are playing in a simulated world. Right, we want to go for Fortress. 15 days will tick by. Okay, we are going to play through the tutorial. But yes, just a little background for the people who don't know where the stories come from. Each of these sites that we see here, there's people living all over this world. I'm going to guess for a world of 100 years with on a medium-sized world with a high number of sites and a high population, there's probably about 100,000 people. Those 100,000 people will all have their own individual stories. They've got their own ancestry. They've been doing their thing. They've been born. They've grown up. They'll have their own goals and ambitions in life. Some will be staying at home and being a farmer. Some will join an army and get involved in battles. Some will become obsessed with their own mortality and go and take over a necromancer's tower and learn the secrets of life and death. Some will write poems and travel the world as a wandering poet. Some will decide they want to rule the world and will stage a coup. There's all of these stories are playing in the background as we're playing, but also while the world is generating. Right, so we want to play through the tutorial. Let's start. Alright, let's pick that little spot there for us. Oh, good. We're on a river. It's very wooded. Now we've started on pause, so we don't need to worry about things running away with us. You wonder which criteria it uses to choose the tutorial area. Indeed. I don't know, because I don't think anybody starts with an aquifer. I haven't heard of anybody starting with an aquifer, but it can certainly land you right in an evil area. River, no aquifers and metal. I've only played through the tutorial once, and that was in a pre-release version. So I will be, this will be a bit of a refresher for me as well. What's an aquifer? So an aquifer is where the groundwater is extremely dense, like in real life. And so if you start digging through the ground, water will start leaking. You get heavy aquifers and light aquifers. The light aquifers are not too difficult to deal with and can be quite useful, but certainly as a beginner I would advise that you avoid aquifers. They're until you're comfortable with what you're doing. But we'll go through that on Saturday, how to choose and embark. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived. After a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond, your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all of Milo Lorib. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labour comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plough or hook, provide for your dwarfs. You are expecting a supply caravan just before winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve, secure lodgings, ere the jaguars get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Tiristraluk, rim-hailed, strike the earth. Okay. Camera controls. Alright, so we've got some basics to do first. You've been playing for 9 years, never bothered with aquifers? I think I've only done a deep aquifer maybe once or twice. And that was more... Oh no, there was once I did a deep aquifer because I really, really wanted to embark on that spot. But I'd already done a deep aquifer prior to that because I just wanted to do one to learn how to handle a deep aquifer. But that was before there was such a thing as light aquifers. And then when light aquifers were introduced, I think I played with light aquifers twice. And then I just went to sort of the pre-Steam release. I would just change the settings so that there was no aquifers. Because it's like, yeah, okay, been there, done that. I'll just switch them off now. Okay, our view is focused on one elevation at a time. To move the camera around, press WASD or hold the middle mouse button and drag the view. Well, we do want to have a look around. It's looking very flat. And if you're playing along with me, your location will probably be very different to mine. Yeah, mine's very, very flat. Very flat. Huge number of trees. Okay, now to change the camera's elevation, press E and C or roll the mouse wheel. Hold shift to move faster. Oh, I didn't know hold shift to move faster. Oh no, I did. Yeah, no, I did. I did know that. Because that was the same with Classic. Okay, move the camera up. We start to see the branches of the trees coming in. Move the camera down. And we can see down to the bottom of the river. Oh, that's... Ah, right, yeah, they're just some puddles, not the river. What's all the red in the southeast? Should we just go have a look? Oh, sand. Looks like we might have a bit of a... I'm going to guess this is Badlands, actually. Badlands are just a place... Badlands aren't evil, they're just a place where you don't get much growth. Lots of sand and not many trees. Whereas this looks like a woodland or heavily forested area. Your view will be dark underground until you begin mining. You can move the camera to the surface with the surface button, which is highlighted. Let's go underground and so if we press the surface button, it takes us right up to the surface wherever we happen to be. So if we were over here and I press the surface button, it'll take us up a layer. And then F1 will recenter us on the wagon. There we go. Yeah, not evil, just bad, indeed. Does anyone not rebind the mouse wheel to inverse up down? I can't now. I've got so used to it. And I can see why it made sense, because you scroll upwards to go upwards and you scroll down to go down, even though it's the reverse to most games where you're kind of moving in and out of the screen. Yeah, evil is a distinct biome in Dwarf Fortress. It's not actually a distinct biome. It's what's called a spirit. You get good, neutral, and evil spirits. And then the biome itself is a combination of this spirit, whether it's good, evil, or neutral, and how savage it is. Yeah, with 3 different levels of savagery, indeed. So there's 9 characteristics to your surroundings. And then within that, there's the different biomes. Having the up-down felt natural to you? Can you rebind the scroll wheel? Scroll directions messing you up. yes, the keybinds are rebindable. Yeah, or you can use E and C, indeed. I'm a terrible fumbler. Despite my almost a decade of Dwarf Fortress player, I'm a terrible fumbler with hotkeys. There's just a few hotkeys in any game that I play that I'm good with. Spacebar. I never miss spacebar. All right, let's go to the next stage of the. Anyone who's playing along, I presume you've got to that bit. You can zoom in and out of play using the square brackets, or control and mouse wheel, or using the indicator buttons. Because I tend to stay at the same focus most of the time, I tend to use the buttons personally. Take a look at our dwarves while we're here. And what animals did we get? Looks like we got a yak and a water buffalo, I think that is. Okay, let's zoom out. That's zooming in. No, that's scrolling. Zoom out. You like good biomes for their feather trees? That's about how I like to play. I like to be zoomed in quite a lot. Certainly in Classic, I used to play zoomed out a good bit more than this, but yeah, I like being zoomed in. The graphics are so good, I like seeing the details. Okay. Mining. It's time to get to work. Let's start by digging a stairwell into the ground. There may be plenty of hillside to dig into. Not here, there isn't. But you'll want to seek wealth below the surface. Mining tasks are designated with the play area. Begin by clicking the highlighted mining button. Okay, so before we do this, let's just check anybody who's playing along in chat. Are you ready? Right, we want to open mining mode. There are several ways to mine. Stairwells selected. Yeah, it's auto selected stairs for us. Start at one elevation and are completed at the next. We shall click the surface, move the camera down one level and click the underground. Reversing the order also works. We're going to do something just slightly different. Okay, so we have stairwells selected. So somewhere near your cart. If you were right next to a mountain, if your cart was here, so just pick an open space of ground that's not on a slope. Anywhere where you've got a flat bit of ground, pretty close to your cart. Right, left click once. Yeah, we are deviating from the tutorial slightly. Click once and then drag either down or sideways, whichever's suitable for you. Sorry, not click and drag. Click and move. And then we're going to scroll down. 1, 2, 3. We'll go down 4. So instead of going down 1, we'll go down 4. Deviants. But rather than having a 1 wide staircase, we're going to have a 2 wide staircase. That way, as our dwarfs are moving up and down the stairs, they won't bump into each other on the stairs. Otherwise, if dwarfs bump into each other on the stairs, like if one's going up while another one's coming down, someone's got to lie down while the other one climbs over their back. Okay. So it should look like this. Are we good? Now we'll unpause the game and let the miner finish the task. Press space to unpause or use the highlighted controls at the top of the screen. You should pause regularly starting out, absolutely. Is there an advantage to going a few floors down? Yeah, there is. So the tutorial has you on rails a little bit at the start, and we don't want to be doing any work that is immediately under the surface, because it was telling us to go down one elevation. Now if we mine one layer lower, because I know that's what it's going to tell us to do shortly, is it's going to tell us to mine out an area down here. If we mine immediately below the surface, oops, and then we start chopping down trees, that will, when we chop the tree, it removes the roots underneath, and if there's a hole on the layer below, like if this is mined out in a layer below, it leaves a hole in the roof. Yeah, if you fell the tree before digging out underneath, it doesn't leave a hole, but I would always advise, if you can, go down more than, always leave a solid layer of ground between the surface and whatever you're doing. That way you don't have holes. Okay, let's unpause and let them do the mining. Now there's something else that we are going to do as part of this. Okay, pause. You spent so much time subverting the tutorial like this when we were testing before release. Lol, good times. So let's make a safe place to work. Select regular mining mode to the left of the stair mining mode, and dig a rectangle underground big enough for a large stockpile in some workshops. Consider that most workshops are 3x3 squares. Mining through the stone layers further down may take longer, but it leaves boulders which are an essential building material. Later you can consider making a meeting area from the zones menu, otherwise your citizens will continue to gather by the wagon outside. Now we're not going to do exactly that. It's subverting the tutorial again. What we're going to do, we're going to dig along a little ways. So how many did I go there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, they only wanted us to do 20. So if I do another 2, that gives it the 20, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so make that into a corridor. But then at the end of the corridor, we're going to put another staircase. So it's click and move. And we're just going to go up one level. Okay, so it should look like this. A corridor and then just up one level. Now if you're on a hillside, make sure that you set this corridor going into the hill. You don't want this poking out onto the surface. Right, let's let our miners do that. One pause. You bought the game on launch, just started learning how to play yesterday, about a year into your fortress, been watching 60-minute tutorials for every 20 minutes you play, just trying to figure things out. Yeah, I described learning to play Dwarf Fortress a bit like learning to drive a car. First time you ever sit in a car. It's like learning to drive a car when you've never seen a car driven before. It's full of controls and levers and buttons and pedals and it is, everything is unfamiliar. You don't know where anything is, what it does, or how to use it. The second time that you get into the car, you know where some of the main controls are and you know how to use them. You might not know how to use them well, but they're a little bit more familiar. And you start picking up on some of the other controls then. By the time you're sort of on your third or fourth session, then you'll be comfortable with the controls and then you really start learning how to play. It's not a difficult game to learn. It just takes a little bit of getting the time that it takes to get to the stage of familiarity is a little longer than most games, but it's not that difficult. Okay, let's pause. That's all been built. Usually when people drive a car, they don't kill an entire civilization. Oh yes, the permanent the combat log is coming in a future update. You struggle keeping attention on tutorials, so you find these play-alongs a great way to learn. Oh good, I'm glad. Okay. Taking this nice and slow so anybody who's playing along can keep up. Yeah, absolutely. One thing you'd encourage, don't be afraid to start and embark just to try something out. Indeed. The supplies on the wagon are in danger of being carried off by wild creatures. It's time to build a stockpile underground to unload them. Stockpiles are crucial to moving supplies around your fortress where they're needed. Okay, we're not going to do a stockpile here. We're going to dig out a room for our stockpile. So rather than use the 20 tile room's nowhere near big enough anyway. So we'll dig out an area about that size. So what's that? That is, well, if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 by 5. So we've got a 10 by 5 area there. And then we'll use the other side to put down some workshops. We'll let them dig this out first. You wish there was another tutorial, which is, here's the basics on how to get a fort up and running. Like how to get a still running farm, taverns, managers, work orders. You imagine a lot of players can get overwhelmed when the tutorial ends and they've got a whole fort to build. once we've got through the tutorial tonight, and we're going to do a little bit of that. But yes, there's a lot of information in the help screen. We'll be looking at some of that. There's a lot of information on... there's loads of tutorials online, some really good ones. And we'll be... In fact, a lot of the tutorial makers on YouTube are going to be joining me. Particularly on Saturdays, we're going to be looking in depth at some of those issues. Usually takes quite a few fail forts to realise every little thing. Yeah, dozens of YouTube tutorials indeed. So in a few weeks we'll be joined on... Actually, no, I was going to say Blind, but Blind's actually joining me for a Monday stream. We're going to be doing a deep dive into... We're going to be looking at water power. Yeah, how to generate water power, I think it was, with Blind. Is there a plan to have a schedule for these streams? There is, yes. So I've got a plan already for which topics we're going to cover on which day. But it'll be Monday nights and Saturday nights every week. And I've got a schedule of which topics we're going to cover that I've built up from the suggestions that I got from Reddit and from Steam, some from Bay 12. And but I'm just working at the moment, talking to people who are going to join me on stream, because there's a little bit of wiggle room in which order we do things. And so I'm just working out who's best to do which topic and what their availability is. Once we've got sort of the next few streams worked out. Well, no, I've got the next couple of streams worked out. Next couple of weeks worked out. Once we've got a couple of months worked out, then I'll publish the schedule. Blind and Twisted Logic are pretty good. Yeah, you were like, wow, that miner's really slow. I forgot we've set the frames to 30, indeed. RNG Strategist is joining me, yes. Here's another one. You use Blind and RNG Strategist for how-tos and Krug Smash for the stories. I watched Krug Smash's latest vid earlier on today. You really like how much new content has come out since early December, both from experienced and completely new players, indeed. You watched it last night? I was streaming last night. I spotted it come out just before I went live. Sal, Blind and RNG are the OG Dwarf Fortress streamers. There's quite a few of us, actually. Right, they've finished mining that. Yeah, there's... well, I mean, you know this, Bea, don't you? Because you're one of the OG viewers. Who else streams Dwarf Fortress and has done for a long time? Blue Zesty, who's joining us on Saturday. He's been streaming Dwarf Fortress for years. Nuke's joining us. I think it's not... So next Saturday is Blue Zest TV. I think it's Nucleum's joining us the Saturday after that. Daztastic taught you how to play. Yeah, actually, that's where I learnt Daztastic's tutorials back in 2014. But I was first introduced to Dwarf Fortress through Avak. I was watching Avak's videos on YouTube back in about 2013, 2014. But I didn't have a computer I could play on, so I just watched through. I watched Nukeroom. That's how I found Nuke, actually. On YouTube, I watched Nuke's How to Start a Fortress tutorial back in 2014. And then I watched through the whole of Daztastic's like 80 episode series, tutorial series. Yeah. Scoundrel's joining us, actually. Scoundrel's going to join us. Scoundrel's also on a Saturday stream. He's going to be joining us when we go through stockpiles. Scoundrel has a particular way to use stockpiles to handle tattered clothes. You found Nuke through the Kenshi videos? He had no idea he was a Dwarf Fortress guy until the Steam release. Oh yeah, Nuke's been streaming Dwarf Fortress for a long time. Alright, okay, so we've got this area dug out. Let's get a stockpile down. Alana, hello! So Alana is joining us on Saturday. Oh, Zamalf's joining us sometime. Zamalf and Avak have Dwarf Fortress videos from 2012-ish on YouTube. Yeah, it was Avak's earliest Dwarf Fortress series that introduced me to Dwarf Fortress. Okay, so we've clicked on stockpiles. Click the add button, that's this one. And click two corners of a rectangle somewhere safe to place your pile. Stockpiles can be placed both on the surface and underground. Once the pile is placed, click accept and select the all option. So from there down to there. Accept. Okay, it wants us to click all. If unpaused, your workers should start unloading, but we're not going to unpause yet. Should start unloading the wagon into the stockpile. Hey, I said we're not unpausing yet. Later you might want to customize your stockpiles by clicking on them and pressing the custom button to forbid certain categories, like refuse for example. A separate refuse stockpile is a good idea to keep your fortress clean. If the stockpile menu is still open, you can close it now by right-clicking. Right-clicking can always be used to close most menus as well as escape. Yeah, but we are going to go to the custom options. We're going to go to wood, and we're going to say none. Are you really looking forward to Saturday? Been thinking about questions for me. Then we're going to go to stone. And we're going to click none. In fact, we're going to click none on the middle one. Okay. And then because this is hiding the done button, we can just right click to get out of this. But if this screen is hiding something, you can minimize it. Okay, well, we're done now. Okay. Right, let's let them bring a few things down. Next, woodcutting. Okay, let's pause again. With shelter ready underground, it's time to build. First, we need some building materials, like wood or boulders. Before you start chopping down trees, you may want to create a dedicated wood stockpile. Haulers will also drop wood in all your stockpiles unless you turn it off in the custom stockpile menu. When you're ready, open the woodcutting menu and designate the trunk of a tree. There's something we're going to do before we do that. But a wood stockpile, not a bad idea. I'm going to use this little tunnel here for a wood stockpile. So that was, hang on, let me go back. So we're clicking on stockpile and add stockpile. And we'll cover the floor of the little corridor. Accept. And then we'll select wood. And you can see what your stockpile's set up for. If it's one of the default settings, you get a little image telling you what your stockpile's set up for. Oh yeah, not included in a refuse stockpile. Yeah. We'll turn that off in a bit. Just wanted to make sure they didn't immediately start hauling down stone and wood. Defaults for cooking and drinks are, in your opinion, wrong. Yeah, we're going to fix that in a minute as well. Evil little traps for completely new players, indeed. Okay, right, let's go up to the surface. We've got a surface button for that. We can right click out of the wood stockpile. Right, before we start digging any trees, we're going to click on the labour menu button. It's the one with the hammer. Oh, it's not going to let us. It's still locked, isn't it? Okay, it sends us with more than one pickaxe. Oh, what's this? Nothing to worry about, I don't think. Not allowed? Indeed. Okay, we've got another way to deal with this. We're going to wait and let them bring all of the pickaxes down. What's that? Yeah, I know that's a stockpile, but what's the thing in it? I guess it's a spear. Have they changed this so that we only get one axe now? I only want one person working on wood. I don't want more than one person working on wood. Step ladders are an excellent early game economy. Oh, apparently we've got a load of raw mussels. We must have brought those with us. Some splints, some step ladders. We've got a copper mace. Right, there's the 2 battle axes. Let's go up onto the surface and let's click on... Can we click on the wagon? No, it won't let us do that yet. Let the flood of seafood begin. Ah, lungfish remains. Right. Cats have been busy. Right. Our dwarf there seems to be carrying an axe. What we're going to do is... Will it let us click on... It's not going to let us click on the axe, is it? It's not going to let us open that button either. Okay, what we'll have to do then is, instead of... We're going to take one tree at a time. I was hoping I could separate out the axes and forbid the axes. With shelter ready underground, it's time to build. First of all, we need building materials like wooden boulders. Before you start chopping down trees, create a dedicated wood stockpile. Yep, we did that. And haulers will drop all the wood into the old stockpile unless we switch that off. We did that. When you're ready, open the woodcutting menu and designate the trunk of a tree on the surface. Make sure your woodcutter can walk to the designated location. Right. We're going to take each tree one at a time. Actually, let's do a tree over near the wagon. We'll get that one. It's close enough then. Strike the tree! Until we can forbid axes or forbid more than one person from chopping down trees, we're only going to chop down one tree at once. Okay, let's chop down the tree and we'll get some wood stockpiled. Minecraft style indeed. Okay, here comes someone to chop a tree. So having more than one woodcutter is quite dangerous for your dwarf's health. It seems that more dwarves get injured from chopping down trees when there's multiple dwarves chopping down trees. Okay, we can set another one to be chopped down now. Let's get that one there. Okay, but they have stockpiled the wood. Right, let's pause. And we'll click OK. People who are playing along, how are you doing? Are you keeping up okay? Second most important update in the current release is the ability to turn off fishing forever with a couple of clicks. The first, of course, was adding dwarven underwear. Yes, I can claim some responsibility for that. When I first pointed out to Tarn that we needed dwarven underwear, he thought I was kidding, but it was actually quite an issue. But Tarn didn't realise that elves and that dwarves could wear elven underwear and goblin underwear. Yeah, I am. I'm an expert in dwarven underwear. Tarn added lumberjack accidents. Is that just the logs falling from the above said levels? I haven't figured out exactly what's going on with the multiple dwarves cutting down trees. All I've seen, I heard lots and lots of reports when I was playing. While I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress on my own channel, I've been hearing lots of reports about people who are losing loads of dwarfs to tree chopping accidents. And I went through all of the usual troubleshooting with people. Like if you've got a ramp next to a tree, you can accidentally chop the tree part way up the trunk instead of right down at the bottom of the trunk. If you've got a surface level that runs next to, again, the side of a mountain, you can get a situation where the tree branches will grow out to next to the hillside and form a level. And the animals will just walk onto the tree branches, or if they're scared enough, they'll sometimes climb up into a tree. And then if you chop a tree down that's got things in it, the things falling from the tree can injure your dwarfs. We tried that, and that didn't seem to be the issue. But yeah, after a fair amount of testing, it seems to be related that the problem that most people were having with multiple dwarves getting injured from tree chopping is because of it was happening when you had multiple dwarves cutting down trees. Show people how to turn off fishing? I certainly shall, but I think I need to wait until the tutorial ends. So as soon as we got through the tutorial, we'll go through, try this setting, try that setting. Never done formal science? It can tell you there's no accidents on maps where the trees are far apart from each other. Yeah, I thought it might be to do with trees leaving logs in a second tree. But we looked at that. I'm wondering whether, like, you noticed how when we chop down the tree here, that one there, and when we chop this one down, the logs will fall, and they'll fall in spaces near the people, near the wagons, but they'll avoid the things. I'm wondering whether if you've got multiple trees being chopped at the same time, whether that somehow interferes with the log landing calculations or something. Yes, a second lumberjack standing in the fall zone of the tree one. Yeah, something like that. But I think, yeah, I totally agree with Kleiner Dev. If your trees are far apart, then you're not going to have problems. Okay, now we've got some building materials, it's time to start building. Workshops are one of the many buildings we can place with the highlighted build button. We'll click it now. Right, well, we're going to want to build underground, so let's go down there. And we need some space to put this stuff down, so let's dig some out. Let's just bring that up a little. I want to build 2 workshops. I don't know how many it tells us to build. So it's been a while since I played the tutorial. Let's dig out enough space for 2 workshops. In fact, our miners aren't doing anything. Let's dig out that whole area there. And unpause. The only dwarf safe when chopping a tree is the one doing it. I haven't had a dwarf die, a tree chopping accident since... Ooh, I'm gonna say maybe about 2018. Sometimes the trees just feel like attacking or something. Yeah, sometimes the trees have elephants in. Oh yeah, that's actually that was. I did have an injury. It wasn't a death, it was an injury. Much more recently. It was 2020. I remember. I'd had a necromancer's experiment turn up on the map. It was just a wild animal. And it was still fairly early in my fortress's life. And there was still stuff on the surface and things running around. Not much later than this, but it scared all of my critters on the surface, and some of them ran into trees, and I hadn't noticed because they got stuck up there. And then I'd sent my carpenter out to sent my woodcutter out to go and chop down some trees, and he got hit by a falling goose. Mounted in barks with far fewer trees are both dwarfier and inherently safer, says Kleiner Dev. And Maxwell's here from Reddit. You had a wonderful early game when you're still trying to learn, where I didn't have one necromancer shown up in your first migrant wave. You had two, and one of them was ironically a legendary doctor. Okay, right. Time to go for the build button. Most workshops require building materials such as wood or boulders. If you have some wood stockpiled, you'll be able to place a carpenter's workshop. Click Workshops Carpenter and place the shop in an empty area on the surface or underground. Okay, so we click Workshops and then Carpenter. Carpenter is down there. We want to select the material after placement. Okay, we'll tuck it in one of the spaces here. And we can use some of the claystone that's right there. That'll do fine. So just any of the materials. Later on in the fortress's life, we'd move these, so it doesn't really matter what we use. Okay, when unpaused, a worker should now build the workshop. When the worker is done, click on the building to select it. We shall do that in a second. The other thing we can do, let's click on workshops and stoneworker, because I don't think it's going to instruct us to do that straight away, and we'd like to. Yeah, we'll put them right next to each other. When I'm laying out, like this is just our temporary holding area. When I'm laying out my sort of permanent areas of the fortress, not that anything's ever permanent, I move things around in the fortress quite a lot. I always leave a gap, but at the moment we're trying to cram things in a little bit. I would like the miners to extend this stockpile. So let's get the miners. There is a sort of unwritten rule in Dwarf Fortress. ABD, always be digging. So let's extend that out and that'll give us more room for stockpiles. Okay, let's unpause that and let them come do this. And then giant raven. So after your two necromancers, the giant ravens came and killed everyone. And then the necros revived everyone. Wasn't even autumn year one. And Andriel says, in your tree felling experience, a tree-related accident does trigger something in the caverns has collapsed. And only once did your woodcutter die, out of like 2 or 3 times of it happening. Huh. Okay, right, let's pause. We've got the workshops built. Now let's click on the woodcutter's workshop. It's the one with the axe on it. Oh, yeah, still got mining. Your industrious citizens will perform any task added to the workshop. Most objects that are placed, like doors and furniture, must first be built at a workshop. Furniture created at the carpenter's workshop usually takes 1 wood to build, add a task and make a bed. Chop down more trees if necessary, unpause and wait for the bed to be completed. Okay, let's add a bed. Now 1 bed isn't enough. We are going to add 7 beds. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, right click to get rid of the menu. And then we'll go up onto the surface. While they're doing that, let's chop down another tree. Seems as we're just chopping down one tree at a time. Another episode of Counting with Sal. We made it to 7. Yes, I'm renowned for counting things on my channel. Oh, okay, we've made a tree. Now that we have a bed, we can place it in the fortress. Use the build menu to place it in a room underground, just like the workshop. Dig a new room first if you like. Beds are found in the furniture category. Unlike workshops, beds must be placed underground. Okay, so we can use the underground button to zoom down to the deepest area. And I'm quite happy with putting the beds down here. So build furniture bed. I imagine we've only got one bed at the moment, but we'll click keep building after placement and use closest material. We don't need to choose them. We'll put these, I mean, away from the workshops seems like a good idea. We'll put one there. Yeah, we've only got one at the moment. Okay, we'll unpause and we'll let that go. There are several races at the beginning of the game to get things done before dwarfs get upset about something. Getting 7 base beds placed before the dwarfs decide they need to sleep is one of those races, indeed. With a bed placed, our workers will have somewhere to sleep. Later you can create a room with a door and use the zones menu to assign the official bedroom for each resident. Okay. The rest of the interface is now enabled. We can click on creatures and items just as we can click on buildings to get more information about them. Click on a resident to see their needs, inventory, thoughts, relations and more. We can also access information from the citizens button. Okay, let's click on a citizen or a creature. Well, let's have a look at you. You're here. Step 1 beds. Step 2 mist generator. Domas Gebrig the miner. Domas dented gloves. Who's digging? I feel satisfied at work. Satisfied upon improving mining. Euphoric due to inebriation, but annoyed after having to drink without a cup. Okay, we'll be looking at some of this stuff, but we'll wait until after the tutorial for that. Feel free to pause and check out the information. Right click to dismiss the information sheet. Close the information sheet. Okay, let's open the information sheet again. Any particular information sheet it wants us to look at? Oh, it wants us to go to the citizens button. Aha, citizens button is this one down here. Okay. Well, some of our dwarfs are reasonably happy. That's a good thing. Right, now that we can, we're going to go to the labour menu. Let's just shrink you. And woodcutters. Ah. That's been changed. Okay, that's good. We've only got one default woodcutter. That's good to see. How many miners have we got? I'm gonna say that you can have more miners than this. We've got a mason. Our woodworker. I'm going to let the fisher dwarf fish for a little bit. Right, hunters. For me, I'm going to say nobody does this. I don't want anybody doing any hunting. Planters. I'm going to switch that to only selected do this. I want to get the people who plant. Right, and I've got one planter with me. So I'm going to allow them to be the only person that does planting. Fisher dwarves are good miners. You're sitting here watching this, just trying to resist the urge to go start a new fort. I mean, we do have the mussel shells. I mean, yeah, that fisher dwarf's going to become a miner for sure. Just while we're going for now, though, I'm going to allow them to fish a little bit, but not for long. Yeah, only selected, just the one, and only for a bit. Plant gatherers. Yeah, everyone can plant gather. Stone cutting, anyone can stone cut. Engravers, for the sake of the tutorial, we'll leave that as it is. Everyone can haul. Everyone can be an orderly. Okay, I'm happy with that for now. We've made sure that we've only got one woodcutter. That was the important thing. While we're here, we're going to go to kitchen. And we're going to turn off cooking for plump helmets. That will make sure that we don't destroy all of the plump helmet seeds. Okay. Right, I think we're done in there for now. Do we have any more beds yet? Furniture? Bed? Do I let them use drinks for cooking? No, I haven't got any beds yet. Not at the start. But when we start doing some cooking, then I'll make sure that we've got that switched off. Right, at least we've got something set up. Right, let's see how we're doing. Oh, right, let's click on the stoneworker. We're going to add a new task. We're going to make a rock hatch cover. Yeah, we're just going to make 4. I'm not going to fiddle around with which material. Or am I? I do like it when they're all the same. Yeah, we've only got claystone. If you had multiple rocks available to you, you might want to select which material. But we've only got claystone, so let's just... I'm going to make 4 hatch covers. This is going to help us stay safe early. Is it story time soon? I'm sorry, Valik, you've missed story time. We had it a little bit earlier while worlds were generating. Okay. Tekard, coming in with the raid. Hello, Tekard. Yeah, I think, can we use this shout out command here? So for those who don't know Tekard is another tutorial maker, and Tekard's going to be joining me on stream sometime soon. We demand your shell leggings. Thank you so much for the raid, Tekard. Seems as it's not working for you either, Kleiner Dev. I'll try. No, it's not working for me either. It wasn't even coming up as a command. Hey, there we go. Shout out for Tekard. If you like watching Dwarf Fortress, go give Tekard a follow on Twitch. You're having major connectivity issues. Maybe there's system problems upstream. Ah, yeah, Twitch has been a bit twitchy the last couple of days. Right, can we put down some more beds? We can. Yeah, it's because I'm doing it as the cell, indeed. Right, now we're going to pause. Click on the stockpile. View stockpile. We're going to go to the paint button. Repaint this stockpile. And we're going to expand the stockpile into the space available. Now that we've got a fair amount more dug out. And accept. And we're going to go to custom. We're going to switch off corpses. And we're going to switch off all refuse. Because we don't want any of that brought down. Okay. Right, what does he want us to do now? We have an alert. Oh, yeah. Okay. Important and sometimes urgent information is given as alerts on the left side of the screen. There have been several already. Hover over an alert icon to see the information. Left-click an alert for recensoring options and right-click to dismiss the alert. Okay, dismiss the large red alert. This is an example urgent alert. These are very important. Ignore them at your peril. Okay, let's right-click that. We'll right-click the exclamation mark as well. The dead dwarf alert is a trigger for you now. Kind of wonder when, if the economy's coming back. It's been out for a long time. Guess maybe it could be part of the civilization arc. It wouldn't surprise me if that was like way off. Okay. Preparing for the caravan. You may need supplies before the coming of winter. To trade with the autumn caravan, you must build a trade depot from the build menu. You need something of value to trade. Crafts are an easy way to make a lot of trade goods quickly. Make the appropriate workshop with workshop crafts. An obvious material to use to make the crafts is rock. If you dig down enough layers, you'll find a near infinite amount of boulders of various kinds, as well as some rough gems if you're lucky. Gems can be cut at a jeweller's workshop, encrust them on crafts and other items to add even more value. Okay. And we reach the end of the tutorial. There's a lot more to learn. As you enter new menus, there will be information and tips. The help menu at the top of the screen contains more guides. Click it now and this tutorial will be concluded. And what we'll do once we've cleared out the tutorial, I'm going to give you some guidance on what to do once the tutorial's over. Ianx, a legendary bot tamer. Excuse me. Okay, the game is open-ended and you can do whatever you choose. If you'd like a goal, try to become a barony and then a mountain home. That's an awful goal. Yeah, being the mountain home is really hard work. It's quite easy to achieve and then a nightmare once you've got it. More likely your dwarves will starve unless you read the first few guides here. And remember, losing is fun. You joined a little bit late. Why are the stairs set up like they are? Oh, I'm just about to show you that actually. Right, we're going to work through these information and guides, but before we do, we're just going to finish some of the stuff off here. How many, not you, the workshop. We've got one hatch cover made. Yeah, we need at least 2 for those to be useful, so we'll let him finish off the hatch cover. We'll let them carry on bringing stuff down. Let's go up onto the surface. And we'll put another stockpile on the surface. Somewhere kind of near to the stairs, but not right up next to it. And that's going to be our refuse stockpile. But then we're going to go into custom. And we're going to switch off skulls, bones, shells, teeth, horns, hooves, hair and wool. Then we're going to go into item types. And we're going to find, if you type RA in there for rawhide, we're going to turn off fresh rawhide. We don't want to be storing our good leather there. Okay. Right. Let's let them do some stuff. What's left on here? Yeah, still a lot of stuff left on here. We brought a huge number of weapons with us. Right, they're starting to bring some stuff down. Once they've finished digging out this area, we'll expand the stockpile to fill this bit. Right, we've got 2 hatch covers. Let's pause, do the stockpile, and then we'll do the hatch covers. Okay, click on the stockpile, view stockpile, then repaint it, and we'll just expand it So it's finished. Do not stare too deep into the game, lest the game stares back at you. Indeed. As Selphia says, from what I gather, you don't win the game, you experience the game. Indeed. Okay, that should be enough for them to fit everything that is on the wagon. We'll accept that. Right, these two hatch covers that we've got built, let's install them. So, doors, hatches, hatch covers. We want to put the hatch covers over the staircases that are leading up into our fort. So there and there. Now the reason for that is that's going to make us safe very early. So for something to get into our fortress now, they've got to go down these stairs, then along this corridor, and then they've got to go up another staircase. Now if we have hatch covers installed here and we lock those hatch covers, monsters that are capable of breaking down a hatch cover can't break them down if they're above their head. So that makes the inside of our fortress impenetrable. So that'll keep us safe because we don't know what we might face. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to bring the cats inside because we've got our food stored here and we'll start building up some rodents. So to move the cats, we want to go to zones. Zones are areas you designate where your citizens will work, socialise, rest or perform specific duties. There's several kinds of zones which you can see in the panel on the left. Zones are placed much like stockpiles. Unlike stockpiles, multiple zones can overlap. Certain zones like bedrooms can be placed several at a time. Just make sure you have the correct furniture placed in the rooms with doors or vertical entries separating each room before you begin. Okay, we'll say don't show again. You can always go back and read these. They're available on the help menu. Right, we're going to go for pen pasture. And we're going to put a pen pasture that is the size of this stockpile. We'll lay it straight over the top of the stockpile. And accept. Then we'll click on the add bunny. Now we've brought some animals with us that need to eat grass. So we certainly can't bring those down here. But we're going to bring down the cats. We might as well bring down... I've got some birds with me. I don't know how random this is. I think it's pretty random. I've got some... If you've got any birds with you or any pigs, bring those down as well. I'm going to leave the dogs on the surface for the moment. They'll just help to chase away anything that might congregate, might try and steal stuff from our wagon. We'll bring the dogs down once the wagon's been emptied. Birds have vermin. The birds don't attract vermin. Not unless they're really tightly packed together. They, the grubs in the ground and things don't really bother the two cats female, 2 dogs female, 2 wagon pullers, the rest are random. Aha. Yeah, they create the vermin around them to eat. It's... With the cats to be able to kill things like... The vermin that we're really worried about is the stuff like rats. So we've got rats in this biome, fluffy womblers, two-legged rhino lizards, those sorts. The vermin that the birds bring down are things like worms and ticks. They're not... That's not the kind of vermin that I'm worried about for this. I'd rather keep the animals safe and bring them down than leave them on the surface. Yeah, the creepy crawlies, they're not... It's kind of a balance of what you're concerned about. Animals on the surface are at risk. So, yeah, they might bother specific dwarves, but it's not stuff that's going to affect your food. So the vermin that gets attracted to food can damage your food supplies. That's why you want to have cats down here. But the vermin that pigs and birds create to eat, they don't damage your food supply. But yeah, you might get a dwarf that really doesn't like snails, and the pigs and birds will generate snails. You caught a fluffy wombler a few minutes ago. Aha, so you're in a good biome. Right, where are we? We're in mid-spring. Now, something we need to pay attention to. We didn't bring a lot of food or drink with us, so we're going to have to get farming pretty early. I don't think there's... Oh, okay, there's deep... Yeah, I don't have deep soil here. I've only got shallow soil. I am going to have to dig some farms right next to the surface. Our miners have finished digging, so you want to go to a level that's got either sand or clay or loam or soil or peat. Anything, any of those things in the title. Like you'll get sandy loam, something like that. Preferably more than one below the surface. If you've got to go for just underneath the surface, then aim for somewhere that doesn't have any trees. And we'll dig out we'll go for a 5 by... We'll go for a 5 by 10, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's just make sure there's no trees under there. There probably is. Is that one under? No. Yeah, neutral biomes are like normal outside, indeed. You always thought good biomes were as bad as evil. You've not touched anything but neutral. The good biomes are full of fantasy creatures. Nothing better than the savage jungle for a stress-free game. Savagery has been... The difficulty associated with savagery has significantly increased. So we are in mid-spring at the moment. And we're aiming to get 3 things done before the end of spring. We're gonna try and get 7 beds down. We want to get the hatch covers in place, and we want to get all of the stuff brought down off the wagon. If we get that done, then we know we're fairly safe. How much stuff's left on the wagon now? Still a lot to bring down. They're bringing down some rock nuts at the moment. Now, that anvil, we could bring that anvil down by just building it into a workshop. So let's go do that. We'll build a workshop, a metalsmith, select material after placement. We don't need to keep building. We'll just tuck you there. Iron anvil, some claystone. Yeah, good biomes have a few surprises of their own for the unwary. Okay, we've got the other 2 hatch covers built. And we've got another bed. Let's go install those. We'll pause. Install furniture. We'll put the bed in there. Then we'll go up to the top. And we'll install the other hatch cover here. These 2 nowhere near as necessary, but can be handy. Okay, we'll put one there and... oh, I turned off continue building, didn't I? Yeah, keep building. And another one, in fact, just use closest. Another one there. A keybind to toggle select material use closest would be awesome. What's the eel-like thing south of the wagon? That is lungfish remains. Just the cats killing things. There must have been some lungfish making their way across. We've got rats and... yeah, cats have been very busy. Okay, we just got 4 things to bring down now. Lungfish genocide, indeed. I've started cleaning some of the refuse out as well. Right, I think we're at the point now where I probably want to stop them from fishing anymore. Oh, we've got the last bed. Right, we'll install that last bed. Put you there. And I think it's about time we started expanding a little. I really don't like the fact that we're on the wrong side of the staircase there. But we're going to have to be right up on the surface, so might as well be. My choppy guy. Oh, work details. Yes. Work details are one way you can control which workers do which task. And they are the only way to assign certain tasks like mining, woodcutting, hunting and fishing. Generally, almost every task will be available for every citizen, but you can both restrict both citizens and tasks. Citizens are restricted by using the specializations button. Tasks are restricted by setting their work details to only selected do this. If a task does not have a default work detail, you can create a custom work detail. Once you assign citizens to the task, you can then set only selected do this if you want to restrict it again. Right, let's explain what that means. So, only selected people can mine. Only selected people can plant. Right, my fisher dwarf. I'm going to switch you off. Nobody does this now. We've got some... I wanted to get some mussels. That was the important thing. So that we've got some shells. And... I'm going to allow the fisher dwarf to do some mining. I don't know if we've got another pick. We've got a random selection of weapons. I don't know if there's a third pick there. But let's let them... I really want to expand underground a bit. Let's dig out the back over there. Right, now that the anvil's been brought down, I'm going to deconstruct that. The anvil's one of the most valuable things, one of the most important things that you've brought with you on your wagon. So installing it in a workshop just means that it gets brought down quickly. You need an anvil to make more anvils. You do indeed. Yay, the age of fishing is over. Praise the new miners. Who made the first anvil then? We were talking about this in my chat a little while ago. And our theory, it's actually on the wiki, is... our theory is that Armok caused a dwarf to go into a strange mood and create a possessed dwarf possessed by Armok created an anvil using stone. Right, let's get down 2 more workshops. We want a jeweler's workshop. Let's select material after placement. And we'll use some claystone. Then we'll build crafts dwarf's workshop? Put you there, why not? We'll use some claystone for that as well. Okay, our dwarves are sleeping inside, that's a good thing. Right, have you finished bringing stuff? Oh, they finished digging out here. Ah, that's a problem. So if that tree gets knocked down, it'll leave a hole there. Now we're going to go workshops, and we're going to go for farm plots. I'm going to put down actually, what seeds have we brought with us? Let's have a look. Stocks. So this, from here you can see every item in the fortress. Click on the category heading to collapse and expand them. If you don't have a bookkeeper or they don't have an office to work in, numbers may be approximate. Okay, seeds. What seeds did we bring with us? We've got pigtail, dimple cup, plump helmet. We've got 10 plump helmet, okay. We've got 5 cave wheat, 5 sweet pod, 5 rock nuts. We probably won't get a harvest this spring, but we'll certainly get a harvest in summer. Now the ones that we want to get planted are the pigtails, the plump helmets. We're not bothered about the dimple cups. But the pigtails, the plump helmets, the cave wheat, the sweet pods. Not even too bothered about the rock nuts. So we'll use this area to put down 4 farms. So workshop, farming, and let's see, this is 10 wide, isn't it? So, oh, I could do, yeah, okay, we'll do 5 farms, each 2 by 5. Okay, we'll let them go build those. What if you build a wall down there? Cut the tree, take down the wall? Never tried it, but been meaning to. You don't think the tree will leave a hole unless we dig out the roots? I think those roots disappear when we dig out the tree. Do you think it'll just leave the sand behind? Okay, right, we're going to... in this first one, we're going to do plump helmets. But we need to click on all of the tabs and do plump helmets all year round. Isn't it only if the tiles dug out directly below the tree? I'm questioning it now. Should we find out? Alright, let's get a woodcutter. Come and chop down that tree, because I can't remember. Right, I think you're probably short on storage space for those two, aren't you? But Right, you go get planting. We want to see... Yeah, we're not going to get another crop here. So in this one, we'll plant up sweet pods in spring. Then in summer, we'll do pigtails. In autumn, we'll do pigtails. And in winter, we'll do plump helmets. So this is the second farm. Sweet pods, pigtails, plump helmets. Then the third farm. We'll do sweet pods. Then we'll use this one for cave wheat, and plump helmets. Then this last one, we'll put the quarry bushes in there. And plump helmets. I suppose we could grow the dimple cups. You only use dimple cups for dye, and not too worried about using dye, especially not in a starter fortress. Okay, we chopped down that tree. No, you're right, it didn't leave a hole because it's not directly above. Right, so we got our farmers farming. Yeah, they need just a little bit more room for the stockpile. Right, I want you to cut gems and do that forever. That'll give us some trade goods. And in the crafts dwarf workshop, I'm going to tell them to make rock where are we? Rock mugs. There we are. Make rock mugs. And for the moment, I'm going to tell you to do that forever as well. Okay, and that will give them a bit of space in the stockpile for the last of the stuff. Right, now our dwarves, if they're idle, they are hanging around near the wagon. And as soon as the wagon's empty, I'm not going to want them to do that. But while they're here, let's put down a gather zone. So, zone. And we want to gather fruit. I'm going to leave a space here. That's where we're going to put the trade depot. So we'll put a large area. And now this is important. We're going to click off the step ladder. We don't want them climbing in trees because they're going to get stuck. They always end up getting stuck. We'll allow them to gather some extra food from this area. Did I press accept? I didn't press accept, did I? Oh no, I did. What are you doing? Oh, you are planting, so we are going to get some sort of crop out of there. That's a good thing. Right, we could do with starting to brew stuff as soon as we can. So let's build a workshop, farming, a still, and we'll put you there. Outer claystone. Dwarves stuck in trees? You just felt that right in your frame rate. Okay, so now we're going to add a new task. Ah, yes, we don't have any barrels. And we can make extra barrels out of wood, but we haven't got that much wood. And we've got loads of rock. So let's add a new task. Let's make rock pots. We'll add in rock pot and rock pot. Okay, we'll make 3 rock pots. Your 18-year-old daughter started playing this past week. Over the weekend she comes yelling at me, "Why did my legendary woodcutter die? Did he get hit by some logs?" Yes. Oh dear. You had an enemy stuck in a tree recently, but the woodcutters would get scared anytime they tried to cut the tree down. Oh dear. Right, our miners have finished. I think it's about time that we started making a central staircase. How high do we want the staircase to go? We don't want it on this level. So the next level down is here. Now we want our staircases to be at least a 2x2, but I'm going to show you a different design. Right, what we're going to do is change to blueprint mode. So use the expand arrow and switch on the blue. Let's go down to here. I think we'll build in line with the hatch covers over here. I'm going to start up a level. Oops. Yeah, lost it again. We're going to put stairs in blueprint mode. I'm going to line it up with that tile there, but up one. And then we're going to go down from here. And I'm going to do a 3x3 staircase. Just going to go down 5 or 6. Ross, hello, hello. Could we have a shout out for Russ Money, please? Russ is going to be joining me on stream. Russ Money is also a Dwarf Fortress player. Russ is joining me. You're joining me a week today, aren't you? We're going to be looking. So next Monday, it'll be Russ and I, and we are going to be looking. We're going to be doing a deep dive. We're going to be looking into dwarven stress. And Russ and I have very different techniques for managing stress. We're going to go deep into the mechanics of like my particular speciality is in how to mollycoddle your dwarves so that they stay happy. Russ's speciality is in how to battle harden your dwarves so that they don't feel anything, so they never get unhappy. So we're going to look at the mechanics behind that. What causes stress, how the memory system works, how the emotion system works, how the battle hardness system works. Your strategy recently has been to kick out all the angry dwarves. Russ knows how to armour up a dwarf's worm. Marshall all the time, says Russ. How do you deal with the pain? I just live with it. Verdafalna says, I know whose fortress I'd want to be in. Just keeping a giant corpse pile in the middle of your fort works very well. No, it really doesn't. It doesn't at all. Kicking out all the angry dwarfs isn't a bad strategy. It's not that good, actually, because that will make more dwarfs unhappy. Unless you've got somewhere that you can send them to rather than exile them. Where will the schedule of stream topics be posted? I'll definitely be putting a post on the subreddit. I post things now and then in the Kitfox Discord, but it whizzes past so fast. It'll disappear into the ether within half an hour. The subreddit, it tends to be noticeable for a couple of days. I'll post it in the Steam forums as well. A giant corpse pile in the middle of the fort is a great way to traumatise every dwarf and desensitise them to corpses. No, it doesn't. Yeah, I know all about this. This is my speciality. It really doesn't. The only thing that can desensitise a dwarf is seeing the actual killing, not the... See, a giant... If dwarfs that are constantly hanging around piles of corpses but not involved with the killing, don't witness the killing, will become extremely traumatised and will stay that way. I did write a paper on dwarven psychology, yes. Tarn's checked this code for me. So this comes from Tarn. And yeah, did a lot of testing on it. Anyway, we are going to build a staircase there, but I'm going to borrow somebody else's design. There's a few people who use this design. Now I'm going to erase that middle staircase. And instead we're going to mine out this middle one. So we'll click on the top. And we'll designate mining it to the bottom. And this is a great middle spot for putting artifacts so that the dwarves get to see the artifacts. Right, we've done that in blueprint mode. Let's switch off blueprint mode. And I always go upwards as high as I might possibly want to go. But I don't actually want to go upwards at the moment. I'm then going to change blueprints to standard. And we're just going to go down. Let's go down one level. That'll do. Yeah, the engraved staircase. Once you're down there, let's have a think. Might want to do... We want something around the edge of the stairs. Maybe we'll do a shape something like that. We can place fancy things around the stairs. And then we'll draw a corridor up here. And then we want to start putting down some workshop rooms. I'm going to leave two thick walls everywhere. So we might end up with a corridor coming along here eventually. So we'll take that to there. Okay, how big do we want this room? Let's see, if we put a workshop there, we want the entranceway to be at least 2 wide. So I'll leave a gap of 2 between these workshops. Put the workshops down something like that. I'm sure we'll make this bigger. Will these VODs go up on the KitFox YouTube? Yes, I believe that is the plan. Right, now we've worked out the size, we'll get that dug out. Right, diggy dwarfs, go dig out that. I think what I'm going to do is, in this stockpile here, I'm going to tell them to stop bringing gems in there. So custom gems, we'll say no to any gems. Yak zombies killed the entire fortress because there was no access to stone or wood. It was awash anyway. Oh dear. Right, these mussels, we can turn that into food. So let's build another workshop, a farming workshop, a fishery. We'll make that out of claystone. You're very late to the stream, but glad you've made it in time now. Welcome on in. You've made it for the last half of the stream. Okay, they should auto process the fish. The mussels that we've got. Okay, and that'll give us space for the stuff from the wagon. Yeah, just need tiny bit more space. We've got a little spot there. Mind you, they'll be bringing... Yeah, let's just pause that and see what else we don't want bringing. I'm going to say... What have we got upstairs? We've got some cloth and some pigtail. Let's say no to furniture. We're making mugs at the moment. So we'll say no to goblets. and then they won't they'll leave the goblets in the workshop. Just say no to furniture, kids. Okay, yep, some seeds and a pigtail cloth. Okay, dwarfs, are you all busy? Let's see what you're doing. Digging, cutting gems, preparing a fish, making rock mugs, digging. Tell you what, let's take somebody off digging. Fish dwarf, can you go do some hauling for us? In fact, if we go to our fisher dwarf... Oh, yeah, you're doing it anyway. I was going to tell him to switch to hauling only. If we go to labour, what we can do is say, you're a hauler, and that's the only thing you'll do. Now, that's a terrible thing for a dwarf's mood. Certainly not something that we want to keep that way. But just until we've got the last of the stuff off here. Interesting fortress designs. You love non-square rooms. Oh, woodworker's got no job. We've got a spot in the stockpile there. How come you're not bringing something down? Oh, okay, there's more mussels to be hauled. I see. Well, I tell you what, dwarves, we'll just go and expand. I was trying to resist expanding the stockpile upstairs, but I think I'll get them to do it. Right, we'll switch all of that to blueprint mode. We'll come back to that in a minute. Come and add another bit onto there. What does blueprint mode do? It allows you to lay out what you want mined, but stops the dwarves from doing it. Apparently stockpiling goblets is a noob trap. You don't really understand why. If you don't stockpile your goblets or your mugs, then they'll drop them on top of the barrels. They'll grab a mug from wherever the mugs are, and they'll just drop the mug on top of the barrels, and then when somebody else needs a mug, they'll go straight to the mug, which is exactly where you need it. Right, let's start expanding you. Just make the drink stockpile also take goblets? Well, then they'll each take up a spot. They'll take up a stockpile spot each. Whereas if they just drop them on top of the stockpile, it won't take a stockpile space. And the dwarf will drop the mug on the barrels anyway. That's something that they're going to do. And then someone's got to go tidy that mug away. Right, is that enough? So it's not a huge deal, but you know, not you. Right, I think, yeah, good. We're done. You love the visual of a barrel just crowded with dirty mugs. You didn't know goblet management was so involved. Yeah, it can be as involved as you want it to be indeed. Not having goblets in any stockpile means never hauling a mug more than once, that's true. In fact, it was Kleiner Dev who taught me. Yeah, I subscribe to the Kleiner Devian theory of stockpiles. Hauling is the devil. Stockpiles are his playground. It is very dark birchwood, isn't it? Right, now we've finished that. The next thing that we want to do is to secure the animals first. Well, not secure. Tell them where they live. We'll put a pen pasture over the top of the gather area we've got there. Accept. And this is for the animals that need to eat grass. So rabbits, water buffalo, the yak and the donkey. That's where you live for now. Okay, then now that we've told the grazing animals where they can go to eat grass, I'm going to remove the wagon. Now the wagon at the moment provides a meeting area, a gather point. So we need to tell the dwarfs where to gather instead. And we might as well have them gather where the alcohol is. So we'll put a meeting area over the top of the alcohol. And that's just a generic meeting area. Okay, now they won't hang around outside in the rain, they'll go down there once they've finished demolishing that. Look forward to the day that Toadie makes Cinnabar toxic and Pitch Blend radioactive. Dwarven nuclear reactor when? Okay. Right, we are reasonably on top of things now. That's growing stuff. Right, let's go to the still. We should... Do we have any empty barrels now? We do. Let's brew drinks from plants. We'll add in a few of those. Right, the mug makers. You've been making quite a lot of mugs. I think we're good for that now. We'll switch that off. And we'll add some rock crafts now, I think. Do that and repeat. Right, to help with managing the tasks, we are going to want an office. Oh, yeah, you can carry on digging this out now. Let's go to mining and then Switch from blueprint to standard. I think I'll put the manager's office down here. We'll set up a corridor that comes along here, and I want to do 2 wide. Let's see, you'll be coming down there. 2 wide walls again. That's not going to be too wide. 2 wide for these is just the aesthetic, but there is a purpose behind the 2 wide walls. When dwarfs engrave a room, they only engrave this side of the room that they're standing on. The engravings are directional. So engravings are one of the things that really add to a room's value. So if you want a room that's high value, and that's in particular bedrooms, noble offices, guild halls, temples, you want to make sure that the rooms are 2 wide so that you can engrave on the inside of the room and not just the outside. Right, we'll make something's not right there. Oh yeah, I see what's not right there. Have an office like that, sure. Okay, the animals outside are at risk of being slaughtered. Not too worried about that, but I would like to bring our dogs inside. I'm going to put the dogs down here. They'll help to spot any thieves because this is a narrow corridor. So we'll do a pen pasture across the corridor. And then we'll add in our 2 dogs. Okay. There's a pepper plant there with something on it. How about somebody... it's not a thing we can gather. Yeah, seems our dwarfs are not capable of gathering peppers. Any of these? No? Oh, you can gather that. What is it? Oh, it's rope reed. That's a type of cloth. Sure, we'll send somebody out to get that. Is that pineapple? It is. Yeah, maybe not ripe yet. Oh, you're right. Pepper leaves, pepper flowers. No peppers. Okay, but we're doing good for late spring. We've still got a little while left as well. We've got some farms set up. We've got brewing on the go. We're starting to dig out a space for some temporary permanent workshops. Or permanent temporary workshops. Long-term workshops. And we're going to get the manager put in. Yeah, dead lungfish indeed. Pepper wine sounds like something they'd be into. Ironic that the lungfish died out of water, considering that's their speciality. I think it was our cats that killed them. Yeah, cats love hunting down lungfish. I think with the designation tool, I don't think you can gather fruit that's lying on the ground. Right, we're going to want to put down the permanent stuff. Oh, what have we found here? We've got limonite, we've got magnetite. They're both iron, that's nice. I'm going to go to, not the carpenter, I'm going to go to the stoneworker, and I'm going to ask them to make us some rock blocks out of claystone. And tell them to just do that on repeat for a while, because we'll want a lot of rock blocks. Yeah, one thing that always bothers you is how if you dug beneath a tree and cut it down later, it puts a hole in the ground and exposes the fort to the open air, indeed. Just feels weird to board up the open ground. Would I mind showing the double wall rooms for engravings again? You heard it, but you're away. So if you leave a double wide wall, so that it's 2 tiles thick, when they engrave, they only engrave on the side of the wall that they're stood on. So if your walls are only 1 thick between your rooms and they engrave it, you can't control easily which side of the wall they engrave on. So if you leave your walls too thick, then you can engrave on both sides. Yeah, you start your underground farms further down to avoid open air, indeed. We're a bit unlucky here, we've only got soil right next to the surface. So I've put my farms on the other side of my security passage, which isn't ideal because that means that we could end up with all of our crops over there. And it being too dangerous for us to go and get them. Right, do we have any blocks? We do. Okay, time to start moving down some workshops. So we'll bring our stoneworker down here, seems as we've got a lot of stone down here. Or we'll be getting a lot of stone down here. We'll put you there. Oh, it's a claystone blocks. We're probably going to want more than 1 stoneworker. Shall we put another one down here? Yeah, sure. We'll move the gem cutter down here as well, I think. Well, we're going to be carrying the gems and all of the crafts and things to the trade depot, which is on the surface at the moment. definitely want to move our stoneworker down here. Okay, right, we'll go to that stoneworker and we'll say make a rock door, make a rock chair. Where's your thrones? There. Okay, we'll stop you from making blocks now because we've got a few, and we'll remove that workshop. Yeah, throne, indeed. I was seeing it, I just wasn't seeing it. Anyone else keep trying to scroll Sal's screen to see what's just off screen and forgetting it's a stream? I do that when I'm watching people play Dwarf Fortress. I go and move my cursor over their icons to see what the warnings are. Oh yeah, that's right. I've left my miner, one of my ex-fishermen. We're going to allow you to do things, and we'll change your labour. We'll switch off hauling. I mean, hauling's a generic job, everybody can do it, but I don't want you to specialise in that. Oh yeah, we don't want to be storing all of those rock blocks in this generic stockpile. You can just leave those where they are. So let's go to custom. Bars and blocks, I will say none for now. And I don't want the craft spring in here either. At least not yet. So we'll go to finished goods. We'll say we don't want bracelets or crowns, earrings, figurines, rings, scepters. Yep, that'll do. We'll eventually get rid of this stockpile, so I don't want them adding to it just yet. Just want them to use this as a place where they put things that they might leave outside. Yeah, totems are a craft mostly used for sale, indeed. Yeah, but totems we make out of skulls, and we haven't got any skulls. Oh, here we go, it's summer. You don't have any claystone on your embark, you like the colour. Right, now that we're entering summertime, my goal now, well, we've already got farming set up. We needed to get that done early because we didn't actually bring that many seeds with us, or that much food, or that much drink. I want to, by the end of summer, I want to automate the production of the rock pots, the mugs, and I want to get a dining room set up, and I want to get our depot set up. So I think we'll start with the depot. So we certainly want to make sure that the depot's here before any traders arrive. So let's build a trade depot. This would be a temporary trade depot. We'd want to move it downstairs eventually. We can make it out of claystone blocks. Let's do that. Put it as close to the stairs as possible. Twitch integration. Chat members can move into the fort as a migrant and subsequently die. Let's get some more trees chopped down. Now that I know we've only got one woodcutter, I'm quite happy to do more than one tree at once. Right, we can expect migrants any moment. Okay, have we built a door? Doors and hatches. We have. Have we built a chair? We have. Excellent. Okay, we'll let them get that installed. Let's appoint a manager. Nobles and administrators. Here you can view your nobles, as well as assign your administrators, military leaders and other officials. Military commanders are assigned here. Once the first leader is assigned, subsequent captain positions will appear. These can also be assigned from the squad menu. So you've got to put your militia commander in first. Once you've got a militia commander, then you can do the rest of the stuff from the squads menu. We'll be doing a separate session on squads and military. Certain important functions in your fortress can only be performed by assigned administrators, such as the manager and bookkeeper. Once they're assigned, you can create work orders, run a hospital, and count and appraise your hoard. Nobles and certain administrators require rooms, and some may also make demands. Okay. So we want to assign a manager. Okay, we've got our expedition leader as an adequate organizer. Now, they're going to need a room with a chair. So we'll go to zones and office. We'll sweep that across here. Actually, I want to include the wall. Officers. Yeah, come down below here. There. And then I'm just going to erase those bits where they kind of leak out there. Except, then we're going to add our manager. That was our manager, wasn't it? Expedition leader was manager? Yep, so now our manager has an office. Okay, that means we can do work orders now. Right, let's pause a second and look at work orders. So, work orders are used to automate tasks in workshops. These work orders are set to complete a certain number of tasks and can be given start conditions. We'll look at those in a second. For instance, you can create an order to make wooden bins if you're out of empty ones, to brew drinks if you're running low, or to make 5 statues every month. You can limit work orders to a number of workshops. You can also create work orders at specific workshops from their building sheet. So you can do this from here, or you can go to a particular workshop. The system is reasonably powerful, and you can eventually automate almost all your production if you wish. Okay, so to get things started, we want to go to the Add Order button, which is here. And there's a few things that we want to do. Let's start with our drinks. The buttons down the side here are filters. So drinks are done in a still. So if we go to still, it filters it down to just the stuff we can do in a still. So we want to brew drinks from plant. And first thing to look at is how many drinks do we want it to make. So it makes it in a batch. How many drinks do we want them to make in a batch? I think... whoops, not that one. Yeah. Didn't mean to click that either. Can use any shop. Yeah. I don't need to limit that. Over here. I think we will make the drinks at this stage, while there's only a few dwarfs. We'll make the drinks in batches of 50. So that tells them just go make a batch of 50 drinks. Well, at least that means I don't have to put brew drink from plant 50 times in the workshop. But if we go to this button, we can now say make 50 if you've got less than a certain number. So I'm going to say if you've got less than... We could say if you've got less than 100, make 50. That'll keep us up around about the 150 mark. But at this point, I think if they're below 30, then make another 50. So that means it will go between, it'll drop down to 30, then it'll go up to 80. That'll do for us. Check daily. Sure, while we're dealing with small numbers. No, I don't think we need to check it daily. Check that one monthly. Right, to be able to make those drinks, they're going to need barrels. So now let's put in... I'm going to make rock pots. Make rock pot. And we want to make batches of 10's about right. We're going to put a condition on this. Okay, the number of empty rock pots. So we want to keep a stash of empty rock pots. We're going to make 10. We don't need a huge number. We'll take that down to... if it's less than 6. So if it drops down to 5, make me another 10. And I do want you to check this daily because we want to make sure that we can always brew. And we're not going to be... and we've always got somewhere pots to store the food in. Yeah, that'll do for that one. Right click to come out of there. Now we might sell our mugs. I'll probably put a work order in for the mugs. We can do that. We can do mugs and crafts once the trade has been. We are going to want tables and chairs for the dining room. And we're going to want... well, let's do the tables and chairs. So, rock, table. Sure, make me 10 rock tables, that'll do. Then, rock throne. Yep, make me 10 of those. I'm not going to put those on repeat yet. I just want those 10 making as they are. That'll be enough for the dining room. And speaking of dining room, we're going to need somewhere where we can put that. I wonder if we have a look on the surface, do we see pebbles everywhere on the surface? Just wondering if we've got thin soil everywhere. Oh, there's some clay there. Microcline there. Yeah, it looks like the soil is very thin everywhere. I was just wondering if we... What about over in the Badlands? It's an awful long way for us to dig. Yeah, the soil's really thin there as well. So wherever we put our eventual farms, we're always going to be near thin soil. Might have to flood an area if we want indoor farms, or make an area damp at least. We could use this water. The reason why I want to consider that is I want to work out where my farms are going to go. And usually I would know that by now. Wherever I've put my... Like, I've got temporary farms in. Normally I put my normal farms in. It's just the thin soil that's... So I couldn't dig down far enough. I think we'll bring that water down to flood an area. Right, we'll change to blueprint mode. And we've got this fancy pattern going on, so... Maybe we'll keep that going. Just mine that across all of the layers. Just saves me doing it more than once. Then up here we would lead out. We're going to be putting the farms underneath that, well, near that water. So it'll be somewhere. I think what I'd do is drain it over this side, because we don't want to drain that water and then have a hole there. So we could either put it there, farms over that side, or we could have the farms over this side. If we put the farms over this side, then we can use this as our food stockpile. Okay, right, yeah, we'll do that then instead. So we're going to have farms somewhere around there. So our food stockpile we'll have here. Yeah, but then I was going to put the dining room immediately below the food stockpile. Means that the closest chair to the food will always be the dining room, if we can get them piled on top of each other. Yeah, okay, we'll do it on that side over there. Right, so we're going to have farms somewhere over there. And to improve efficiency, we'll put the food stockpile immediately below. So we want a food stockpile here. And then we want the dining rooms down here. Okay, so a corner of that would look something like that. And we'd want a little staircase that just runs straight through from the farms at the top down to the dining room at the bottom. I think we'd put a staircase, we put a doorway there, so maybe we'll do it here. Oops, that was channel. I meant stairs. There we go. So dining rooms are a great way to make your dwarves happy. If they've got somewhere to sit and eat, and they consider the room to be a large room, then yeah, it really affects their mood. Doesn't need to be anything like quite that large though to give them the good mood buff. Something like that. I've got the stairs off to the side a little bit. I'm going to put the chairs and tables over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we'll have our chairs and tables over here. And we'll have the staircase and we'll be able to connect it up to here as well. A little bit of non-symmetricality. Right. Go carve that out. Once you've got a fort running, you usually just start carving out temples for all the major deities. Yeah, needs don't affect moods that much. I just create one generic temple and leave it at that. Unless I get a petition for another temple, they're happy with just the one generic one. Non-symmetricality, people's eyes start twitching. I like to do something that's a little off centre every so now and then. You guess because your forts sprawl, it doesn't make much of a difference to have temples everywhere? Doors. Doors would be a good thing, actually, to put a work order on, because we're always going to need more doors. Let's add rock doors. Do I really want 10 doors? No, I think what we'll do, we'll take it down to 5. No, we'll take it to 6. Because we need everything in even numbers for doors usually. Okay, if you've got less than 7, so if you've got 6 doors, make another 6. Do I want you to check that daily? At the moment, probably yes. Dwarf Fortress. You like to have a temple guild hall floor? Well, show you something I'm going to do now, because I do want to give my dwarves, and I want to just keep them working a little bit longer. We're going to set up some entertainment for the dwarves that's going to do good things. We're going to set up a temple. But first of all, we're going to set up a guild hall. Tater Chimp, thank you so much for the raid. Could we have a shout out for Tater Chimp, please? Just got done with dwarfing on your own and wanted to say hi. Hello. Right, where I want to put down the tables and chairs, I'd like to smooth and engrave that area. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need 1 table per every chair. Oh yeah, I've still got blueprint mode left on. Okay. You accidentally squashed your manager broker with a service access bridge for your canal. You're a proficient Dwarf Fortress player. Squashing Nobles is a fine Dwarf Fortress edition. No, that just means you're playing right. Not your broker, though. It counts as a triple word score if you also flooded your fort. You can also toss nobles via a bridgepult. I once coated my farmers with gore and stuff. I had an atom smasher bridge. I had a drawbridge that I was using to destroy all of my refuse and corpses and things. And it was while I was doing experiments into stress and emotions and memories, and I was trying to keep my dwarfs as far away from corpses as possible, minimize their exposure as much as possible. And yeah, I threw I had a couple of corpses, but they were all in bits, and I threw the bits of corpse down a pit, and I had a drawbridge down the bottom of the pit that I was lowering on top of the bits of gore to crush all of the bits. And I'd left the drawbridge down. And I'd forgotten to raise the drawbridge before I threw all the body parts down. And so when I raised the drawbridge, when I pulled the lever to raise the drawbridge, well, to lower the drawbridge, it raised it instead, and it catapulted all of these body parts all over my farmers. Why is the max water level 7? Because 7's a dwarfy number. Yeah, like a t-shirt cannon of gore. Fine engineering. A corpse sepult. Oh, they were so traumatized. Right, let's engrave. Let's get you working on this. As soon as they've engraved bits, we'll start putting tables and chairs there. Have we made any doors yet? Might be a bit soon. Oh, we have. We got 2. Good. A nibble, yeah. 7 levels for the size of 1 nibble, including the 0. Isn't nibble spelt with a Y? You have a big problem with a constant conspiracy against your fortress. You have like 7 or 8 cases open right now. No, not Yibble. N-Y. Yeah, not a term you use much. I think it's only because it's such a strange spelling that I've remembered it. Oh, apparently it is spelt nibble with an I, according to Google. With your latest fortress, you've denied all guest residents positions after about 5 years. Not even one attempt at stealing your artifacts. Well, Google is wrong. Alright, what's everybody up to? Let's have a look. Ah, sleep time. Right, we should get our miners. Well, no, our miners are doing the engravings at the moment. What you do now is just put your artifacts on pedestals behind grates. Here it means they can't admire them, but it still adds to room value. That's true. Prevents thefts. I just sell mine. If I can't like anything I can install, I'll install. An artifact weapon, I'll put in a weapon trap. An artifact door or millstone, something like that, I'll install. If I get an artifact earring or a piece of clothing, even armor, I'll sell it. You assigned your artifact bone axe and leather helmet to your militia commander as badges of office. They don't wear them, but they carry them. I once had a beast of a tactician, a really, really good military commander, and I gave him an artifact. It was something like artifact high boot, or no, it wouldn't have been that because they come in pairs. Must have been an artifact breastplate or something. It was a piece of armor, maybe a helmet. And somebody stole them off him. Turned out that he'd been blackmailed into handing over the artifact armor. Yeah, artifact boots and gloves don't come in pairs, annoyingly indeed. Yeah, it could have been a high boot because one of your dwarfs made a single left glove artifact, indeed. Does anyone know if fortify the edge wall to drain water tactics no longer valid? You can't do it in a fortress that already has some that you've built that are still working. I didn't know that it had changed. You smoothing, and is it that you just can't... You've smoothed the wall, and what's it not letting you do? Is it that it's not letting you engrave it? Or is it that the water's just stopping? Oh, we've got enough room now that we can put down tables and chairs. Right. Furniture. Use closest. Chair, chair, chair. And table, table, table. You have a hard time pulling yourself away from this game. Oh, it doesn't act as a drain. I wonder if that has changed. Putnam might know. Well, if it has changed, it's probably Putnam has changed it. Or Putnam would know that it'd been changed. You mentioned when you first joined, your 18-year-old daughter's just started playing, but she's got invaders disabled. And Fortress is massive. It's scaring you because you want to play with no invaders so you can mine out the whole world. Oh, you can still mine out the whole world even with invaders. You just tested it, still drains water? You can't build on the outermost tiles, but you should be able to smooth, like mine, right up to the edge and then smooth and engrave them. Don't know how fast it used to be, but it's pretty slow. Right, now we've got some tables and chairs in here. Let's declare this as a meeting area. We want to include the walls in here. But we'll just trim away this edge bit. I didn't mean meeting area, sorry, I meant dining area. Yeah, delete that, do that again. A dining hall. Oops, I'm still erasing. Right, start again. Dining hall. Okay, now just trim off that corner. And accept. Right, we're going to go to the meeting area that we've got up here. That one there. And we'll remove that now, I think. And then we're going to go down. We'll just find a spot anywhere. And this corridor looks as good as any other. Right, just pause it for a second. I'm going to put a meeting area in this corridor. Yeah, just a little one there will do. We'll accept that. And then I'm going to add a new guild hall. And I'm going to make that into a weaponsmith's hall. Then I'm going to change the details so that it's citizens only. That means that anybody who's looking to socialise will go and hang out in the Weaponsmith's Guild Hall. Gives them somewhere where they can meet. And very, very slowly, unless we get somebody who's got some weaponsmithing skills, they'll eventually work their way up to everybody being a legendary weaponsmith. All guild halls are meeting areas. There you go. So anyone who's looking to socialise, if we get anybody with any crafting, any weapon crafting skill, they will start teaching each other weaponsmithing. And that skill will start to spread around the fortress. Which means that if we get any strange moods, we're more likely to get artifact weapons than anything else. And then we can put all of those into weapon traps. Okay, let's put down however many tables and chairs we've got. Okay, we've got that many tables. And chairs. Right, only as many. We want to put these down in pairs because otherwise they start complaining. Is that a better way to learn metalsmithing than just tell someone to be a metalsmith at a workshop? Yeah, it is. You need somebody to have the skill in the first place. Even if the higher the skill of your starter person, the faster everybody else will skill up. I've found. But even if you've got someone who's just a dabbling metal worker, a weaponsmith, or you can do this with any of the skills. Everybody in your fortress will eventually learn. What do I do to hold down to place more than one at a time? So when I'm placing a thing, say I'm placing beds, keep building after placement. Just tick that box. And if you've selected use closest material, it won't ask you to choose what to place. Yeah, you can let anyone into a guild hall, indeed. You just need to change the settings. Oh, one of our cats has grown up. Yep, we know it's summer. This opens up whole new worlds of fish dissectory futures. Right, we've got our dining room set up now. So by the end of summer, I wanted to make sure that we had farming going. That we'd set up a work order for rock pots. We've made a bunch of goblets. I just need to remember to put a work order in for goblets. I suppose I should do it now. Okay. Rock mug. I want you to make ten rock mugs. Doesn't matter whether they're empty or full. Whenever we've got less than... If we've got less than 20, make another 10. So that means that it will vary between 19 and 30. Check daily. No, you can check that monthly. Do guild halls still work, even not being over value 2000? Yeah. Yeah. It won't... If they petition for a guild hall, then it won't satisfy a petition. But it'll work as a guild hall. How's the folk going to lose goblets? I'm probably going to sell some. Do mugs get broken, or is this just too many people are using mugs at once, so overall we need more? No, probably because I'll sell them. And I want to make sure that if I do sell them, that we're always keeping on top of it. If you reverse the tables and chairs so the tables are on the outside and the chairs back to back, will they socialise better? I'm not sure that they do socialise while they're eating, because they're eating and they're not socialising. Whereas if they'll socialise in here. What are you up to at the moment? Yeah, you're socialising. So are you. You're just passing through. Yeah, they'll come and socialise in the guild hall. Yeah, I lost goblets to Kias before. No, they don't break, and not unless you have an accident with them. But yeah, eating, they only do one task at a time, and that includes socialising and making friends and things. How big of an impact was rejecting a petition? It seems to vary from person to person. It wasn't something that I've done much. It is a memorable event, and it is a negative memorable event. And it seems to be that the emotion from you rejecting it is not as strong as you just ignoring it. But I did notice when the Steam version first came out, it was my first game after the Steam version came out. I rejected a petition and they asked again, and they rejected it again and they asked again. And they got 2 unhappy thoughts from that rejection. Now those unhappy thoughts would have just overwritten each other, but I certainly didn't want to give them the opportunity to have a stronger unhappy thought. You had a animal caretaker and ranger guild earlier spamming you after declining. Yeah, I would. I'm just ignoring them now if I don't want any. They're supposed to stop asking once they've asked once and you've rejected. Okay, I think we're doing pretty good. We might want to put a wall around our animals upstairs. We're going to need rock blocks. Wrong thing. I meant to do work orders. We're going to need rock blocks anyway, so I think we'll put up a queue for rock blocks. We need rock blocks by the hundreds. So we'll queue up, we'll say make 200 rock blocks. And if we have less than... If we've got less than 100, make another 100. You can check that monthly for the moment, we don't need that frequently. Right, miners, let's start getting you digging out some more. We could do with sorting out a dormitory, maybe starting to sort out some bedrooms. So we'll get you to dig out that area. Let's take... Oh yeah. Take a corridor up there. Let's see, this corridor's gonna come out in those directions. And we'll give them... Let's see, that's 2 away from that wall. We'll give them a sizable dormitory. Seen lots of posts that this version works on Steam Deck just fine. Nice. You've got a waxworker guildhall request. Right, we are coming towards the end of the stream. We've got about 15 minutes left, and I wanted to have a look at the survival guides. Waxworker, best worker, says Kleiner Dev. Master waxworker. Legendary waxworker. In order to keep your citizens alive in the unforgiving wilderness, they're going to need shelter, drink and food. Use the arrow at the top of the window to minimise the tutorial when it obscures your view. Shelter. By now we should have a room underground where our residents can hide from the creatures above. To make sure they spend their free time down there, you'll need to use the zone menus to create a meeting area. Later you may try the burrows menu to create a safe place for your civilians to hide when real trouble comes. Some essential tasks must be assigned from the labour menu. Click here, that's there. Make sure you got a miner, woodcutter and fisher dwarf. We're not having a fisher dwarf, I don't care what you tell me. It's fisher dwarf. Dwarves hate fishing. It's outside, it's in the rain, they see creatures, they're exposed to the sunlight. If you haven't suffered any casualties, you should have these labours assigned already, but if one of these brave workers falls, you'll need to assign somebody to those duties. And drink. There's 2 ways to make drink for your residents. The main way is by brewing alcohol. This is done by building a still from the build menu and using workshops farming still. Once the still's constructed, click on it and add the task to brew drink from plant. If you have no suitable plants, you may try planting or gathering. The task also requires a barrel from the carpenter's workshop. If you survive until the caravan comes, you may also trade for drink or plants there. The number of drink rations can be seen at the top of the screen. Indeed, we are a bit low on drinks, but I've got to, we'll start making more drinks. Absent alcohol and in warmer weathers, you can designate a water source from the zones menu at the river or pond so that your residents have water to drink. You'll want one of these anyway for other purposes like cleaning and certain workshop tasks, and you may find water underground. We're going to do quite a few sessions, quite a few streams about water. We're going to have one dedicated to well building wells without flooding your fortress, and that'll be a Saturday night stream. The Saturday night streams, we're going to take it nice and slow, and it's going to be very, very new player friendly, good for new players and rusty players. And we'll be reading our Dwarf Fortress stories as well. So if anybody finds, so specifically Legends, if you find a good story in Legends, write it up on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit and tag me so I can see it. Saturday's Dwarf Fortress story is going to be provided by Blue Zest TV, who's going to be joining me on stream. Then we're going to be looking, other water type things are going to be on Mondays. We're going to do some deep dives into water. We'll be doing a stream about pump stacks. And that'll include water pump stacks as well as magma pump stacks. We're doing a stream about water power. We might put wind power in there as well. Deep dives into water, indeed. And yeah, water wheels using, making perpetual motion power machines, and using underground rivers. Blind's going to join me for that one. We're going to look at making underground rivers for permanent water sources, water power sources. And then there'll be another stream RNG strategist is going to join me, where we're going to look at all kinds of other water shenanigans, including how to make a mist generator. For that you need your power generation, probably, and you need probably pump stacks. So we'll do pump stacks and power generation first. And they are going to be on Monday streams. Let's see, so residents have water to drink, yes. Find water underground. Okay, let's have a look at what else we've got here. Planting. There's some food on the embark wagon, and you can trade for food, but you can also grow your own. The wagon comes with some seeds, but as you might expect, these crops must be grown underground. Using mining orders, you'll need to carve out a rectangular area under... doesn't have to be rectangular. For your farm plot, you can do lots of little ones. The underground rectangle must be near the surface where there's soil, loam, clay or sand, or peat or soil. One level down should suffice before you hit rock. The highest mountain elevations do not have any soil. Make sure to leave the ceiling above intact so the underground soil doesn't receive any sunlight. With a subterranean soil floor exposed, you can place an underground farm plot. This isn't rich soil, but will suffice for now. Dig deeper to find the better soil. So you do get better soil in the caverns, but the caverns are rather more dangerous than they used to be. Yeah, the VODs will be uploaded to YouTube, I believe. I believe that's the plan. I can't be absolutely definite because Alexandra, who handles that side of, who handles the YouTube side of it, she's on holiday at the moment. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the plan. Yep, select part farm plot from the build menu. It's in workshops, farming, farm plot, and place the farm plot in subterraneous soil. So we've done that. You need to select the crops to be grown each season. Click on the farm plot you place to pull up the farming menu. We did that. Plump helmets are edible, and the default wagon comes with plump helmet spawn, which are their seeds. Note that you can obtain above ground seeds from trade or by eating gathering plants, but above ground farming exposes your planters to the dangers and the elements. Indeed, the surface is not a nice place to be. It's funny, it tells us that that above ground farming is a dangerous thing and exposes us to the elements, but it tells us to go fishing. Now your planters, those that can access both the farm plot and the spawn, will plant the field, and after a period of growth they'll be harvested. If you'd like to focus a few of your citizens on farming, which gives skill benefits, you can assign them to the planter's work detail with the labour menu. Fertiliser and skilled planters have a direct impact on crop yield. These effects are more pronounced deep underground, where you can locate the cavern biome and its rich soil. Potash is the fertiliser of choice, and it can be created in the ashery using ash from wood burnt in a wood furnace. A water source zone and a bucket are also required, and fertiliser is not needed to farm. I might try adding fertiliser to one of the farms now that the underground non-cavern farms have been nerfed. I might try putting some potash down just to see what sort of a difference it makes. If you farm in the caverns, it counts as irrigated rocks. So far you haven't bothered irrigating your farms, you've just built farms, you mean fertilising, on fertile cavern soil, i.e. covered in moss, lichen, whatever. You've been getting expected results. Irrigating's great. People are so limited in their designs, tied to the surface. Okay, so if we just water rock, it counts as cavern soil. Huh. That's a new thing. Yeah, irrigation is made easier with a light aquifer, indeed. Can you still get stacks of 5 by gathering on underground soil with highly skilled gatherers? Not from ordinary soil anymore. Part of the fun is making massive underground water supplies. You only made your farms on sand? No, that's fine, Sunday. It's okay. Yeah. Just thinking about some more advanced things that you can do. So if you've got sand, then it just means that when your fortress grows bigger, to continue to use just sand or soil or clay, you'll just need more farm space. You need bigger farms rather than smaller farms. You place a well that's punched into the second cavern layer. Usually has some deep water somewhere, comes with an extra dose of fun visitors climbing up the chain. Yeah, buckets do fine. You need to learn how to flood stones and make muddy floors to farm on. It's actually really easy. All you need is a bucket. Let's say we were going to turn this into some farmland. You would make a pit pond. Hang on, I've clicked on a zone. Right, make a pit pond and you highlight the area that you want to water. Accept that. You need a bucket and they need access to water to do it. I don't know if this is still the same. It used to be that they would tend to bring water to the same spot over and over and over again. So what I used to do is I would make it into a bit of a checkerboard and have a... That's not a checkerboard. Because they come and deliver water to there and it'd splash all around. And then I would delete that one. And then they come deliver water to there and it'd splash all around. Oh, and set it to pond in the top left as well. Let's have a look at that. Because I haven't looked at this menu since Steam. Aha. Right. Nice. Multiple pond zones are better. 1 order per pond zone. Oh, you have to channel down. Because pits and ponds require you to drop from above. Yeah, it's been some time. It didn't used to... Did I used to... It's been a long time since I did it. Because whenever I've done underground wet rock, muddy rock, I've just brought water in from somewhere. Pit pond and bucket method is the simplest to start. It's more labour per unit of water, but no danger of flooding unless you forget to check on them and it goes all Sorcerer's Apprentice. Yeah, he only needs a tiny splatter of mud indeed. Probably can channel out a checkerboard, set it to be a pond, then channel out the rest of the checkerboard to lower the water down so it can evaporate. Yeah, you don't want a pile of mud in your well, indeed. As long as you make your well deep enough, you'll be fine. Yeah, you only need a tiny splatter, yeah. It's either muddy or it's not muddy. Yeah, one hole above cleared room, any water you dump in will even it out. Cool, cool. Yeah, so as long as I channeled out an area over up the top there and made that into a pit pond, they just throw it down, wouldn't they? Yeah, as long as it's reached one by one, you can farm there forever. Anyways, let's just remove that. And just want to see if there's anything. No, I think we're good with that. Maybe goals. Yeah, let's finish off the stream by looking at goals. The current and optional path to victory is to have your fortress elevated to a barony. From there you can build your wealth, export goods and attract more migrants until you become a county and then a duchy. A happy fortress with many exports and massive wealth can attract the existing monarch of the civilization. This is the first step to completing the game. Next, you'll need to satisfy your ruler's needs and finally become a mountain home by seating them on a legendary throne with 7 mythical symbols of office. You'll be an accomplished player at this point. But this is only the beginning. Ultimately, your true goals are up to your imagination. Call visitors from all over the world with the greatest tavern, library or temple the world has ever known. Build an elaborate water-powered contraption or domesticate previously untamable wild beasts. Settle in unlivable regions tormented by ancient evils and defend your fortress from zombies with your own army of vampires. Your exploits will be recorded for Legends mode and by the master engravers in subsequent fortresses in your world. Marvellous. Well, and on that note, that's where we're going to leave this fortress. Next, so on Saturday, we're actually going to start again. We're going to be doing an in-depth, so this is Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, which is 10 p.m. UTC. I'm going to be joined by Zesty, Blue Zest TV, and Alana Orama. Zesty is another experienced player, and Alana is really new. And we are going to look in depth at the world map, how to choose where to embark, and what to take with you on your embark. And there is a huge range of options. So we're going to be looking at everything from easy to difficult to interesting challenges. Yeah, these will be on YouTube. They're going to be placed up on the Kit Fox Games YouTube. I recommend taking dwarfs, indeed.